Very, very good morning to you, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Coningsby. There are a lot of foods out today. It's looking like it's going to be a busy one. Look at this. Oh, Fighter Town. It is now Fighter Town here at Coningsby in Lincolnshire. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the show, and a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Bit of a strange sort of weather front at the moment. Bit odd, bit cold, bit damp, bit dry, bit blue, bit grey, bit of everything at the moment. It's like all four seasons into one. I hope we're all well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to our midweek special. Anticipating some strong foon action today, I think, by looking at all the foons that are lined up. There's several of them. Don't forget there's always spares as well for training sorties that require full attention, so spares will be ready. We've seen how quickly the ground crew gets spares ready. Welcome to RAF Coningsby. Right on cue, a startup. RAF Coningsby, one of two Typhoon stations in the UK. And also one of two QRA stations in Britain. We have QRA North, number 1, at RAF Lossiemouth in Scotland. They too have an array of Typhoon squadrons. Also here, of course, Typhoon South, RAF Coningsby QRA Station South, number 2. And not forgetting Mount Pleasant as well, with 14:35 flight in the Falklands. I'm not going to say much while these are running. As a commentator would say, it's not worth speaking over a Typhoon. In fact, it was the legendary words 2 years ago at the Members' Day in Coningsby from our much loved, much missed, our late squadron leader Mark Long, who was, while commentating, said you should never talk over a Typhoon because there's no point. RAF Coningsby has 5 Typhoon squadrons. 29 squadron that we can see here. They are the operational conversion unit. Their role is to train the latest and greatest pilots on the Typhoon. The pilots would have just completed their advanced flying training at RAF Valley with the Hawk T2 and it's time to convert to the Typhoon. Interestingly, just for your info, if it is the F-35B, the operational conversion unit they'll go to will be at Marham with 207 Squadron. We've also got number 12 Squadron, the Joint Qatari Emiri Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. 41 Squadron as well, the Test and Evaluation Squadron. They test the latest and greatest software, equipment, hardware, ordnance, weapons, the lot. And we've also got 2 frontline combat ready squadrons, number 3 fighter and number 11 fighter squadrons. RAF Coningsby is also home to the BBMF. Their aircraft are in Royal Air Force inventory. So we have PA-474, the Avro Lancaster, a Dakota, 2 Hurricanes, a collection of Spitfires, and 2 de Havilland Chipmunks as well. Let's get this channel going. Let's get the stream running. Let's all of us hit the like button. You've been cleared to touch and go on that like button. And of course, join us by subscribing to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. It's a very old Tranche 1 from the original Tranche 1 blocks, ZJ9. There aren't many about with serial ZJ9. They indicate the first Tranche 1 airframes. performance. Beautiful. Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines producing 20,000 pounds of thrust with reheat. Beautiful. But it's not just the power of the Typhoon, it's the weight. The thrust to weight ratio is phenomenal. With around 82% carbon composite, the thrust to weight ratio on the Typhoon is outstanding. 12 squadron markings on this one. The family version Typhoon. It looks like, oh my goodness me, look at all these canopies open, look at them. Looks like we've got a busy day going on. Training never ends for a military pilot. That's what it's all about, being the best. And you can't get all these aircraft serviceable without the ground crew. Armourers, techies, technicians, lineies, everything to get these ready and going safely. Incredible. So a big shout out to the ground crew. The heritage has been going since military aviation began, or even aviation to think about, to get aircraft ready and running for the next sortie after sortie. Here we go. I'm just going to check the NOTAMs to see if there's anything special for later. So yeah, maybe a possibility of something later on today in the afternoon, but we'll see what these clouds and weather is going to do today. Like I've always said, the weather gets the final say in these things. So we're watching from the official viewing area here in the car park at Coningsby, just off runway 07. Again, please make sure that you park sensibly in the car park, or at least legally. If you are, there's still about, I don't know, I don't want to say, there's still a little bit of parking left, but if the car park's full, please make sure that you don't park on the verge or on the road outside the car park. You'll have to park in the town. There is a big car park in the town. It's only 20 minutes away on foot if you want to get to this specific area. Reasonably priced. I think the first 2 hours are free. There are toilets at the car park in the town as well. There are no toilets here in the viewing area. There are 8 bins provided. Steve's Burger Van's here between sort of 8:30 till about sort of 1:30. All right, and although there's 8 strong bins provided, we always recommend to bring a bag to put your litter in and either take it home or use these bins provided. Just a few more rules. There is a red and white painted fence level with the approach at 07. Under no circumstances do you position yourself there. There are a lot of Facebook groups out there. If you post any videos or photos from there, they will be taken down. It's a message from the base for your own safety, and it could cause cancellations or postponements in departures and landings. And you know, if you're stood there, 1, your hearing will never be the same, and 2, if the pilot gets it wrong, that could end your trip to Coningsby. So you can stand to the left or right of it, that's no problem where the wooden parts of it is. And under no circumstances do you position yourself where the approach lights are. First of all, it's private land, it's farmers' land, and the fence protecting the approach lights has been damaged, so we really strongly advise anyone not to go on that land under no circumstance, due to the fact that it is private land. The fence that you can see, chain link fence, you can, even with your phone, you can get photos through the fence by positioning the lens carefully and focusing correctly. Please don't rest your ladders on the fence, damage the fence, cut the fence, and certainly do not climb it. For those in caravan parks, this is a no drone zone, even in your caravan park. Please do not fly drones. And if you're unsure, check drone assist as well, which you should be doing before you take off with your drone. If you do spot anyone, let's look after the base, let's look after the men and women that protect our skies. There are numbers that you can call the authorities. And with air shows coming up as well, drones are also a problem. So please, if you spot anything like that, do call. If it's an emergency, danger of life, then please do call 999. It is that day and age, sadly, that we live in. Just want to make a nice, friendly environment for us to enjoy, because it is a wonderful thing. Under no circumstances do you also park here. Please do not block crash gates. There's several dotted about in the base. They are to retrieve should the worst happen. The red and white fence is just over there. Hang on, let me get in a better position. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, there are some at Waddington as well. That's the approach lights. This is the red and white fence. Thank you for cooperating. name's Nick Oss. I'm your cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. It gives me great pleasure to bring you live military aviation around the country. Tomorrow, well, time for a bit of 48 fighter wing action, I think. Someone's making some noise. Typhoons, beautiful airframe, a fly-by-wire delta wing, 4-plane configuration. The build itself, the aircraft made in 4 different countries, the left wing made in Italy, the right wing made in Spain. 6 huge bolts hold the wings together. Fuselage made in Germany with over 30 kilometers of cable and wires, right? Wow. BAE systems making up the software. Rolls-Royce engines, components from Britain, of course from BAE. The Captor 90 Marconi on the nose inside the Typhoon radome. That's where the clever attack mode is on the Typhoon. Is able to lock onto fighter jets over 160 kilometers away and 300 kilometers for larger aircraft. Can lock onto 20 to 30 targets, prioritizing on 6. When a new pilot enters the world of the Typhoon in the Royal Air Force, their head is scanned and they have a specialized helmet, the Gucci of all helmets. Oh yes, I think they're about £80,000 in your local Typhoon helmet shop. Oh yeah. 4 main computers, fly-by-wire, and all the pilot has to do is just literally just get in and just do some fighter pilot stuff. The ADP, the aircraft data pitos are underneath the sort of the start of the nose. It's got like 4 metal triangles that you can see. They're covered up in 2 two red covers underneath the nose. Let's have a look if we can see one. Probably not. They've all been taken off, haven't they? Oh, there you go. Look, it looks like a little smile. Just where the so each cover does two, and they send all the data for each computer. There are four. Now, being a very light aircraft, okay, so empty weight is about 24,200 pounds or so. Typhoon's maximum thrust with reheats is 40,000 pounds in total between the two EJ200 at 20,000 pounds of thrust each. So 40, add fuel, add some payload, and you've still got an excellent thrust to weight ratio. What that means is the lighter you are, the quicker you are. All right, never mind about maximum speed. This is performance in agility, in maneuvering, especially with the foreplanes, because that's their role. And because the Typhoon is lightweight, the key is to keep it as much low as possible to 40,000 pounds. Fully loaded, fully fueled, the Typhoon is below 40,000, which means from brakes released to 8 seconds, depends on the pilot, but at 180 miles per hour, the pilot will be able to rotate from 8 seconds. That's impressive. And it can pull, it can pull into a 50 degree, 60 degree vertical climb. Now, because of the thrust to weight, it's one of only a few aircraft that can accelerate vertically into the climb from takeoff. 22 seconds later, it will be supersonic. We're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Thanks for joining us. Wee Stevie Boy, Margot, LEJ approach. Margot, how you doing? Angela Farley, how's it going? Sean Oliver, oi oi to you. Davey, Synchro Tones, Andrew C, Christopher Carr, Alan Burden, Mark Garwood, Davey, Mayhem Marshy, how you all doing? Welcome to the show. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 canopies up with I think a couple of Typhoons that are spooling already. So plenty more Foon action where that came from. And more startups. Hey, all right, buddy. How you doing?
Hi, mate.
Good. Here we go. Oh, is this one going back? Oh, this one's going back. telemetry has been replaced by the beautiful sounds of the foons. It's been phenomenal. Plenty of foons out there for us to enjoy. Hopefully some circuits as well. I think we're not done just yet. Absolutely incredible. I hope you're all enjoying it. Someone asked about the squadron markings. That was 41 Squadron, and 41 Squadron are one of two squadrons that sport the Roman numerals here at Coningsby's Typhoon squadrons. So it's written as XL1 and also X1 of 11 Fighter Squadron. It doesn't actually represent anything, it's just a type of tradition that was done. Even the having a Latin motto has no real, doesn't indicate anything other than just pure traditional methods of doing things like that. So it doesn't mean anything if you've got it in Roman numerals or in regular numbers. Markings of 29 Squadron with the Eagle and the Buzzard in aerial combat. 29 Squadron once had the legendary Guy Gibson before he became wing commander here at Coningsby of commanding officer of 106 Squadron. Visibility is extremely poor at the moment because there is a typhoon coming into land and I am actually struggling to see it. Cheers, man. There he is. Okay, you can see the landing lights on now. Difficult to spot difference between the tranche 1 and the others, right? It's pretty cool. On the landing lights, there are 2 on each gear and they are aligned horizontally. All right, now tranche 1 had them horizontally and I've just caught that. So on the tranche 2 and 3, they're actually vertically aligned. So there you go, a little bit of info for you on that. Well, we'll see in a moment, actually. We'll put that to the test, eh? I'm pretty sure that's one of the differences. It's very minute to spot, and of course you can only spot it when the lights are on, I guess. That was ZJ950, so we'll have a look at the others. You alright?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. A lot going out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's loads today, it's good.
41 Squadron is my favourite squadron, by the way.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good.
Because I turn in like 110 next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to put my hoodie on at this rate. It is pretty difficult conditions up here, and hope you enjoyed the start of the show. It's been action-packed. ZJ950 just around again. If you if you can spot the landing gear, have a look how they're horizontally aligned. There should be 2 on each of the gear, and they're horizontal. On the newer ones, well, at least the Trench 2 and 3, they're actually vertically aligned, and I just want to see it for the first time. It's been quite difficult to catch with all the heat haze that we've had, so today could be a perfect day for it. Yeah, take care. Good to see you, mate. Enjoy. You too, man. We've had quite a huge spate of easterly winds, haven't we? Hence the runways in use have been like 05 at Lancaster and 07 at Coningsby. It's nice to get a mix. Aircraft will take off into the wind, so this is why they do this. And here's a master of the air if I'm quick enough to get it. There should be a set of 2 on each landing gear. I'm pretty sure on the tranche 1 they're horizontal. Obviously quite hard to see when it's glaring like that, but when it gets a bit close at the right angle, should be able to spot that they are horizontally aligned. Let's have a look. At the moment they're just like 1 bright each gear, but light on each gear. Let's have a look. As it gets closer, might be able to make it out if I darken the just about make that out, look. Now we'll just have to see the others now. That's the only tranche 1 that's here at the moment that I could see today. The others are 2 and 3. This one's a tranche 2. Oh, that one I can't see at the minute. This one's a tranche 2. So this is to do with the age of the airframe, the different type of airframe in its production. Tranche 3 is the latest one that we have here. Notice that scoop, sort of that splitter bridge, that boundary layer diverter, just above the intakes. Look, there's a gap between the bottom front of the fuselage. Look, you see that gap plays a major part. Look at that, something you may not be aware of. Protects the engine, the compressor blades. This one's a tranche 3. You can tell by that little bump where the tail ends down the bottom. Oh, here we go, I'll tell you in a moment. Here we go. on another startup. It's well, it's extremely busy. So let's have a look at the landing lights on a Tranche 2 that's arriving in a moment.
Buddy. Yeah, good to see you too.
See you, mate. Bye. Sorry about that. I needed to go and get my jacket. I was freezing. See ya! Oh, that's better. Man, I am colder. Sorry about that. I had to go and get my jacket. Let's have a look. So this is a Tranche 2. It'd be nice to see the Tranche 3 landing gear. Let's have a look. Unless the 1 and 2 are the same. Maybe it's just the 3. Let's have a look. These look like they're the same. Okay, I'll have to check the Tranche 3 then. That's a 2. So maybe it is 1 and 2 are horizontal, and Tranche 3 is, let's have a look. This one's a 2 as well. I can't wait now to see a Tranche 3. Okay, so we've established that the 1 and 2 landing lights are horizontally aligned, alright? So we've just got to wait for a Tranche 3. Okay, that's cool. comes a two-seater Wolfline. Four planes there, really good to be used for pitch and air brakes as well, manoeuvrability on the Typhoon. We've got another taxi in there. There's a lot going on today, isn't it? Brilliant. Bring it on. Oh. Again, another tranche 2, I believe. Yeah, still haven't got R3 yet, but hey, never mind. I might even be completely wrong, but let's have a look. There's only one way to find out, and we're going to do it together. refueled using the Drogan probe. There's the probe extended to be inspected by the ground crew after each air-to-air refueling sortie. It needs to be checked. They're very sensitive and prone to damage, especially going hundreds of miles per hour in the skies and making contact in the basket.
And teddy bears, hope we're all good. Welcome to the show.
Let's see, I think we've got foods coming in. Let's have a look. Got some more foods approaching. Cobra 2-2, not far off now. Nice shutting down sound. Listen to that. Oh. Oi, oi. have a look. Hopefully this is a tranche 3, I think. Let's have a look. Well, there's only one way to find out. I'm pretty sure I found that the tranche 3 landing lights are, but it's really hard to spot. It could be just an optical illusion from where I'm stood, but I know that's my little mission for today, my little challenge, to spot the light differences on the landing gear on the tranche 1, 2 and 3. So far it looks like the 1 and 2 are the same, but unless it's had an upgrade, unless the landing lights have just been upgraded in that way. Flight 3 now. Nice Vic formation, I think. Oh, look at this, look at this. I only put a video of that today, actually, in better weather than this. Of course, the lead flight in the Vic formation will need to pull up on the stick while turning, so that they don't collide, because they are in front. Well, I think the landing lights look the same to me, but there we go. There goes my theory. Maybe I need to look at one up close and personal. Do you know what? Looking at them now, it looks like they've actually got 4 LED lights together. Beautiful landings, and you know what, there's even more going out. Goodness me, it's one of those days today now. Beautiful. Formation that we just seen, it's called a Vic formation. It dates back probably to, may even be World War I as well, you know, as early as that. But it's commonly used by our Royal Air Force as well, bomber or fighter bomber force, especially in the Augsburg raid with the Lancasters, they had 2 lots of Vic formations in each squadron for both 44 and 97 squadron. So 3 Lancasters in 1 Vic and another Vic 1 and 2 and another 2 from 97 squadron. Well, here we go, another Typhoon departure. Just above the 348, you can see the slightly darker grey there. That's another high VHF antenna. Might even be UHF, I need to check that. VHF might not be substantial for what fighter jets do. shut down, take note of the 4 planes going downward position, which is pretty cool to watch. Something simple, but yet so satisfying. So those are the markings of 29 Squadron. If we do get asked about the 3 X's on the tail there, and of course the 3 X's roundel and 3 X's squadron markings, there are some lovely stories regarding this as well, but I had a little look into it. There's even a theory that there was once 4 X's on the Siskins, but what are the 3 X's? Are they Roman numerals, or are they just pretty patterns? Well, since the late 1920s, 29 Squadron were flying the Siskins, which featured 3 X's on the fuselage. Now, then when flying the Bulldog, there were only 2 X's on the Bulldog. So what's going on there? I have sourced a picture of a Hawker Demon K3976 from 1935, featuring again just the 2 X's. But then in the 1950s, when 29 Squadron were operating the Meteor, they reverted back to 3 X's. So the traditional story is, though, the markings should really be XX, 1X, if they are to be Roman numerals, to resemble 29 in Roman numerals, right? But there is a belief among the current squadron personnel that this could have originated from a misspelling of the Roman numeral and the instructions to the painters. So they were told to put 2 X's in front of the roundel and 1 X. Okay, so it'd be XX roundel and 1X. So they said put an XX and 1X, but the designer thought XX and another X. So a miscommunication. That's one colourful story that's been led to believe. So that's one way of looking at it. Now, I personally believe that they're not Roman numerals because of the fact that, okay, they had the Bristol Bulldog and the Hawker Demon, so why not just paint another X if it was, or a 1X? So the fact that this, for me, squadron markings are a mixture of shapes and colours. I mean, you only need to look at 2 AC Squadron. They have 2 white triangles. 17 Squadron have wavy lines. And if you look at number 6 Squadron, again, the blue bar, that sky blue bar with the zigzag going on. Again, my understanding, for me, I think that they're just pretty little shapes and patterns there now. There's the 4 plane in the downward position on shutdown. Been a very busy RAF Coningsby.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi, how you doing? All right?
Yeah, not too bad. You?
Very good.
Good,
Very
good.
Love the t-shirt. Very good.
Yeah, you got yours on as well.
I know. I had to put mine away. It was freezing.
Yeah, it's definitely not as nice as it was on Monday.
Very good. Love it. Very good.
You've got the right to Kiwis.
I can see. You got three. Nice.
Yeah.
Love it. It's good.
Yeah, I thought I'd pick that.
There is no chance that is the famous package.
But you can't have Cody on the pockets now.
I do. That is the famous
The
pocket.
influence.
I know, the influence, yeah. Oh, brilliant. Wasn't it? It was spectacular. It was something else, wasn't it? Yeah. Unbelievable. Just couldn't believe it. What was going on? I was like, what is this? So yeah, that was a nice surprise. Really good surprise. That. We've got some foons coming back. Oh yeah, it's been non-stop today.
There's been a lot of issues though, what we're hearing on the radio.
Oh, okay.
It's radio issues.
Oh, right.
I think telephone brake issues were one of the...
Yeah. Oh dear. Right. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. It's been a very busy one this morning, and it's probably been the longest break, but won't be for too long, as we got Typhoons just making their way back very, very shortly. How you doing? All right, buddy? Yeah?
Yes, good, thank you.
Good.
Is there anything significant happening today?
Don't know.
Oh.
Don't know. Sorry. Don't know. Just turn up and hope for the best.
Here's the boy, the famous boy.
Yeah, that's Cody.
Like your little lens. When I was at the other end, and there was one park that used to be a mile away, and you could actually see him. Yeah, they're quite good. Did you pay a lot of money for that? I'm not going to go there. Of course, yeah. No, I've got two. I actually broke one, and then I've got another one, which is through the insurance company, and I was at motor racing, I fell out the chair, very well down the hill, so
Just quickly, just before these foons come in, I've got, regarding the markings, I've got an absolute wingy book here. Look at that, from the 60s. Yeah, customs and traditions, yes, and you can have a look at the many shapes of the squadrons. You know, all these zigzags, 17 there, the X's. For me, obviously, if this was subject to just red and black ink, that was it in this book, but it's all shapes and letters. And I've just seen a little comment from Craig. How you doing, Craig? Yeah, so it does feature on the tail there, the badge itself. Where is it? There we go. And like I said, from looking at the Bulldog, the Hawker Demon, I really don't think they're Roman numerals. And for one, it doesn't make 29, right? But I do love the story, don't get me wrong. But this is just my own little thesis that I've come to conclude, the fact that I think it's just a case of shapes. But it's a lovely story. I do like it. And if it is true, so be it. But why have, in the late 20s, 30s, why have just two? Why don't you just add an extra 1x? Why don't you put a 1x? So, but it just goes to show how old the story goes back to the X's. So it clearly they clearly used the symbol X back in 20s. So it's quite remarkable when you look at it that way.
Could possibly do it flat this way, yeah. Yeah. And if it's not today, it'll be tomorrow. But I'm not coming out tomorrow.
We'll get some lunch. Why do you live far away?
I live in Nottingham, but we're here on holiday. We're at Tattershall.
Oh yeah.
So we're here for the week. We live just outside the city centre. So Dad lives in Essex. All right, yeah, no, we're
So we are off this Friday, but I'll give you all the details on the next stream schedule that I'll pop on tonight with all the details. We will have one weekend stream. Keep your notification bell button on, but it is subject to weather this. So actually I'm going to have a look at the weather now, because if it's horrendous, then I'll cancel it. Let me have a quick look what we got for Saturday. Oh gosh, oh dear. That really doesn't look good at all for... that looks emotional. Okay, leave it with me. There may not be a Saturday stream this week. I've just looked at Saturday's weather. It looks abysmal. Here we go. Saturday looks shocking. Oh dear. Well, we do need rain, and we've had a good spell of warm weather lately. I say warm, the wind has been blowing from that east, giving it a bit of a sharp chill to it. Here comes our moon. Designated as the FGR4, that's Fighter Ground Attack Reconnaissance Mark 4. So it's swing roll, it can change rolls just like that. You can put it into reconnaissance mode, you can put it into fighter mode, you can put it into ground attack as well. Superb, aggressive, very agile.
favourite nickname, the Buzzards. I believe Wing Commander, or at the time, who wasn't a Wing Commander with 29 Squadron was Guy Gibson, when 29 Squadron were a fighter squadron during World War II. Got himself, I believe, 4 aerial victories with 29, and 29 Squadron's legacy during the First World War. They had, I think, in the region of way over about nearly 20 aces, I believe. I'm going to have a quick nose on my notes there. They do have some phenomenal record, 29 Squadron. But of course today they serve as an operational conversion unit to train the latest and greatest pilots on the Typhoon. This year, not any year, any given year in this country, with the unpredictability of our weather, I hope we have some dry spells during our air shows that we go to. And of course, if you are going on a day that's a scorcher, please make sure for yourself and your little ones and your friends that you stay hydrated, have some sunblock to hand as well. Make sure you look after each other out there. And if you've got a nice party going with you, any age, don't forget you can purchase our wristbands and our high-vis vests as well for safety. They've been quite popular over the winter periods. Aero braking there, using the undercarriage. Look at that whole under. Look at this wheelie, but there is purpose to that. It's called aero braking or aerodynamic braking, where you use all that undercarriage to create so much drag to ease the aircraft to slow down, take in the stresses on the braking systems and the front nose gear, naturally slowing the aircraft down using aerodynamics. Really amazing. And basically the undercarriage, it's like sticking your hand out of your vehicle as it moves. you can feel that air just causing a bit of drag, and it just slows that aircraft down naturally, which is pretty impressive. How are we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good. I'm just going to show you my customised Typhoon, just to give you a quick intro for those that don't know much about the Typhoon. I'm just going to have a quick look. Is our Typhoon. Now, the reason why it's got 17 squadron is because 17 were the first to operate and bring the Typhoon to Coningsby, number 17 squadron. There's those ziggy-zaggy markings there. See, again, more shapes. And let me just check there's nothing in the quick vicinity. I'll just quickly give you a quick update on the Typhoon. Yeah, so for those that don't know, welcome. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. And if there's any Typhoon, let me know. I'll do my best to answer it for you. And this is our 17 squadron marked because they brought the Typhoon on the 19th of May 2005. They were operating it and testing it out at BA Wartime, but they could have been 17 reserve at that time, and then they were established as a Typhoon squadron and brought the Typhoon here, and along came 29 squadron as well to become and step up as the operational conversion unit. So that was on the 19th of May 2005. 17 squadron are still flying today. They're now the test and evaluation squadron at Edwards Air Force Base on the F-35B. Ah, yeah. So there we go. So here's our Foon. Again, more made in 4 different countries, various parts. So you got the left wing in Italy, the right wing in Spain. Now these wings are held and bolted on by 6 bolts on each side. This whole main fuselage, made in Germany, has over 30 kilometers of cables and wiring together. Wow, that is amazing. BAE Systems in Britain, of course, we got the Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines. You got the radar, electronics, avionics, and you've got various software systems created by BAE. Even the software for the ground schooling as well, course that they set up, all with BAE Systems. So they contribute quite a lot to this Typhoon, as well as Leonardo, and of course the whole Eurofighter project itself. So in here we got the Captor, developed from Marconi GC Captor 90 radar ECR in here, which this is what can send out and lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. It ain't like Top Gun where they're like, you know, meters apart and they're dogfighting. Don't really need to do that when you've got a BVR. It's called beyond visual range. When you've got a BVR of 160 kilometers, there's no need to engage in that type of thing. But of course they do train for dogfighting, but that's another story which we'll talk about whenever I can think of bringing that in. But could lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. Larger aircraft, it could lock onto 300 kilometers away. With prioritizing up to 6 targets, it can actually lock onto 20 to 30 targets, but prioritize on 6 of those. Made about 82% carbon composite, so it's got a low metal profile there, so not very happy for the radars trying to detect them. It's not stealth, but it does have some stealth attributes. We've got the acrylic canopy as well. And let's have a look what else we got. The intakes are quite interesting as well, because they're what's called an S duct. So if you imagine a letter S, as the Typhoon's engines sit up here, so I'll try and do it from this way. Actually, if I turn that round, might be easier for me to do it. I'll turn that round there. S duct system means that it's like a letter S. The blue tack is actually optional for the Typhoons. You've got the intake sat lower here, but the engines are up here, so it's shaped like a letter S, all right? And the reason for that, it hides all that heat from the first stage of the fan and the compressor blades that are created from sucking up that air, so that's all hidden. So you've got your air intake set here, but you can't actually see the blades, so that's really cool. Although I have said that having air intakes at the bottom actually increases your RCS, that's radar cross section. However, the Typhoon does have an S duct to hide those compressing blades as well. Now, here's another thing we're going to talk about. Air intakes, fine, it's got cowlings here. These actually open and close to actually control the amount of air. But you'll notice a scoop here, almost like a splitter. Can you see that here? On the actual Typhoon, it's got drilled holes here, right? There's a reason for that. If you were to get, just trying to imagine, if you were to get an empty glass of water, put it on its side. I should actually just show you it one day live. If you pour some water, air is like fluid, it will stick around it. Now, aerodynamics is clever and fascinating, and the physics behind it is amazing. The problem is, air will stick to aircraft as well, hence drag, hence, you know, aerodynamics, the way it works. But when you start playing around with drag, you're also creating different pressure. If you pour water on your glass, it sticks and goes around it. It just doesn't go over it and, you know, cause a nice little fountain shape. It actually sticks. And this is what air does. So when the air sticks up here, remember the wing, remember how pressure is pushing up, all right? Remember, that's how we get our lift, okay, from taking off. That's why wings or airfoils are flat on the bottom and curved on the top. But the problem is here, we're gonna create the same scenario where the air, as it's going to hit the fans, the compressor blades, you now have low pressure and high pressure air hitting your fan. So what they've done here is actually created a splitter bridge, a boundary layer diverter to help that. And I'm wondering if the drilled holes actually has anything additional to that. In fact, I'll show you a diagram of what I mean, if I've got it. Let's see if I've got a diagram for you. Bear with me. I might have it, I might not. If I don't, no worries. But yes, and yes I do actually. Here we go. So if you notice, the F-16 has this same design as well, this boundary layer, this splitter bridge. So if you didn't have it, you're going to create drag here, and that difference in pressure, you've then got high pressure and low pressure. So if you've got two different pressures hitting the first stages of your compressor, you're going to end up causing an imbalance, and you will damage your engine with that as well. Also, having that splitter bridge can control the amount of air going in at supersonic speeds, but its main purpose is to control it that way. So pretty fascinating stuff. Also, congratulations on 20 years of foonage as well. 20 years, is it, displaying the Typhoon? You know it is. Oh yes, 20 years of the Foon. So May the 19th, oh, it was the other day. Oh, May the 19th. Was I here for that? And I didn't even notice. Silly Nikos, never mind. Didn't even notice. Anyway, so yes, so what else we got here? Okay. So let's have a look. Let's have a little talk about the Foon. So we got an 8-stage compressor system. We've got a 3 low pressure and 5-stage high pressure twin spool engine. What this means is it tells you the amount of stages it compresses it. So it's got a low pressure and high pressure. So it gets narrower and narrower. It's quite a small engine, but very, very economical and powerful and efficient. Just a quick one, which I've forgotten to tell you before. Here you've actually got a ram intake to cool the systems down, or the instruments, and here you've got the ram air intake, which I believe would be for the engine as it's sat here. What else we got? At the back here on the tail, you've got a ultra high frequency antenna. You'll notice that the different colors on the tip of the tail and the radome, they can paint it the same color as the Typhoon, but you might end up interfering with its radar systems and detection systems. In early prototypes, they found drag, especially on Delta wings. Drag is pushed here quite a lot, and what they found, if they made it where the wings connect to the fuselage, they ended up making a system where where they made this bulge out, and it stopped the amount of drag. You've got a missile warning system here, missile attack warning nib that sticks out here, but they didn't put one on. I may have to stick one on. What else can we talk about the Typhoon? You've got the decoy pylon here, which sends out, which I thought was an inflatable Typhoon. It's not. It's basically a radar connected to a lanyard, let's say, not that type of lanyard, a bit of cabling, and it's to pretend that's the real Typhoon, but it's not. This is just to fool the antenna and radars of opposing enemy. You've also got the chaff dispenser here, so
you know, those that have got locking systems on their radar, on their weapons, well, if you are locked on, you can use the chaff dispenser, bits of metal again to fool the missile. Not heat seeking, but if you have heat seeking missile after you, you've got flares under here as well. It's got 18 hard points, no, 13 hard points, my bad. 13 hard points with optional blue tack, as you can see. Yeah, quite a phenomenal aircraft really, isn't it? So let's have a quick look. If I show you my generic TED engine, I still haven't drawn you a EJ200 engine. I'm going to show you what I've been talking about. So the Typhoon's low pressure. Now I have 3 low pressure blades here, that's fine. Here I've got about 13. On the Typhoon there'll be 8. Sorry, there'll be 5. Sorry, my bad. There's 8 in total. 3 low pressure and 5 high pressure. One thing to note, high pressure, they get narrower and narrower and narrower. I want you to think of that scene, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, when Veruca was squished. I want you to think about oxygen tanks as well. How much oxygen are in those oxygen tanks. So those adverts that say this carton of orange juice has 50 million oranges squeezed into it. Well, sort of, pretty much. And the good thing about using compressed air is the fact that it's more combustible and it's more efficient, because the Typhoon squeezes that air 26 times. 24 times on the F-15's engine, the Pratt & Whitney F100-229, and the F-35's engine, the F135 Pratt & Whitney, compresses it to 28 and I believe 29 times. What I'm saying is, if you've got this much air, it's now been squished 26 times on the Typhoon. So the air enters and sucks in through those intakes on that S duct, meets here, and it creates a low pressure. There are stator blades that don't move as well, and that channels that air down into here. And on the Typhoon's twin spool engine, it's got 5 of these low pressures getting squished and squished. The air that doesn't make it into the compressor is bypassed. Typhoon's bypass is 0.4 to 1. That's you know, a reasonably good low pressure, and that's why fighter jet engines are a lot more efficient. They need to be, because of the amount of power and the lighter aircraft. So you've squished your air that many times, 26, so it's more combustible. You've basically got 26 cubed of air, let's say centimeter cubed, is now down to 1. All right, if we're going to play it like that. Once it gets past the pressure stages, so low pressure, then high pressure, it goes in the combustion chamber. This is a very hot section here, and there are spray nozzles in the EJ200 engines. They're injected into that beautiful compressed economical air, and it sparks and it ignites, and then boom, there's your thrust, which that kinetic energy, that thrust now turns these turbines, right? Now the high pressure turbine is spinning thanks to the kinetic energy from this, so that powers the high pressure compressor, and it also turns the low pressure turbine, which powers the low pressure compressor. So it's like chicken or the egg, what came first? Everything's powering each other. Now on a usual jet engine without afterburner, let's take the Hawk engine, the Ardeur 151, that's it, there's no afterburner on a Hawk. However, to get the afterburner, first of all, look at the words after, burn. You're burning something after. Reheat, again, same thing. You're reheating something. So it goes in a separate chamber after the turbines. The problem why jet engines that use afterburner, they're not economical, because they can increase power, yes, up to 30%, but use 3 times more fuel. So an F-16 uses around 3,000 litres per hour, I think it is. Is that, or is it per minute? I need to find that out. It's now gone to 9,000 litres per hour. So that's quite a substantial amount. It has to have injection here, so it's got fuel bars here. This needs to be insulated and protected, so it's not heat, you know, because of the chamber, the amount of heat produced.
You know, it's done separately, and the reason why it's not economical is because you're not using your compressed air. You're using the hot gases that are already in here, so that's why they're not very economical, but they do give you 3 times or 30% more power, which is, you know, if you need it, you need it, right? Yeah, sorry, it was per hour, I think it was. Where's my what? Where's my there. I haven't spoken about that in ages, haven't I? Yeah, per hour, sorry. So it's about, the F-16 burns fuel at 2,800 or 3,000 litres per hour. Well, when the afterburner kicks in on their engines, it's now at 9,000 litres per hour in that rate. That's, you know, that's a lot. So that's why it's quite high intensity. They are, they have special coating to protect them from getting too hot in the afterburner chamber. I nearly said per minute. It should be Aspen, oi oi, Davey, Paul, Alex, Peter, how's it all going? Hope you're all good. Paul Mayers, Alan Gates. Oh yes, please. I'd love one. Yeah, coffee, milk, and tea would be brilliant. Thank you. So I've got just the bear. thank you very much.
I can't remember if you said sugar or not.
Yeah, 2 sugars.
Two sugar, I'll get you some sugar in there.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
Very good explanation.
Oh, thank you.
I've always wondered. Now I know. So.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. I haven't done that in a while. I don't always do it because I don't want it. I like to keep it different.
Keep it fresh.
Yeah, that's it. So they use compressed air because it's a lot more combustible and you get a lot more. Space is more economical. It's so much air. So when you pump your football or your tyres, it creates heat. So it's very combustible. Yes, so it's good. Really good. Yeah. I haven't done that in a while. I couldn't remember if it was minutes or an hour, but then I thought about the consumption rate. I thought it's got to be an hour.
It's got to be an hour.
9,000 litres a minute. That's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes
bigger tanks.
Yeah.
Please. It's like one of them things you either love it or you hate it. It's just. I'm sure that'll wear off in time.
They are. I mean, have you seen them fly? The F-35s.
Yeah.
Yeah. At Lakenheath. Have you seen them there? They are.
Yeah.
They do fly. They do fly.
The descent rate compared to these is really always
It's unreal,
really
isn't
quick.
it? They are. They're unreal.
You almost dive down.
Yeah,
these
that's
sort
it.
of float down. These things. When they, I was here last week when the days went up, going to sort of late.
Hopefully, if it stays like this. I don't know. But if it stays like this, we're looking good.
Yeah.
So just hang on if you're not going.
No, I'm not playing my girl.
Oh, that's alright. Yeah, I'd stay till about 2:30 max. You know, if he's not by then. Yeah. So, I'll hang around. It's June. It's definitely June.
Oh, shall we just turn around and go home?
Yeah. No, it's cleared now.
That's clear. It's got.
But Saturday looks shocking. But there we go.
Yeah, the rain's out, didn't it?
Yeah.
Got to be out of the rain.
No, I've had enough of that.
Yeah.
But we do need it. You know,
Yeah,
we do need it. It gets a bit scary when we haven't had rain for a long time.
So was the set off a flare here.
Yes, yeah. I think the Spitfire had an emergency. It wasn't that. It was just it was a radio failure.
Ah, okay.
So he wanted to alert there is an emergency aircraft landing because he couldn't communicate because there was no radio.
Oh, cool.
So the AWCU got the flare to warn everyone, but it landed on that really dry grass. And yeah, it was only a little bit of sun.
Well, thanks for your reply. I messaged you on Facebook for that picture.
Oh yes.
And then I see it. Oh, wait a minute. I think the day or the day before you took that. I didn't really see it, so I thought I'd just send it to him. Then you were kind enough to reply. That's amazing.
Yes. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it's really good. So that's so I'll be talking about it in a minute with the history. Yeah, so the 617 and 619 officers were, that was there. And Woodhall Spa, the airfield, was actually a satellite to Coningsby with hardened runways. So when they were converting to the Lancaster, they'd use, the crew here would use the Woodhall Spa to train. And when they converted from a 2-engine to 4-engine, they actually made their own conversion units out of their own squadrons to train them. So yeah, that was quite interesting. I only learned that over the weekend. Trying to find lots of history. I found about 4 of the crew here in 1941 got stuck in Ireland because they crashed in Ireland. They bailed out, but because Ireland was neutral, they had to stay there for the rest of the war. And there was. I also found there was Luftwaffe pilots as well, so they were kind of on the same team because they wanted to get out. And I found a friend of mine sent me a wonderful story about Luftwaffe and RAF trying to help each other get out. So that is just, so when you put two enemies in a neutral zone, they end up being, it's unreal. And that was all to do with a story that I found. All because, I'll show you, all because of a 50p book that stated from God knows when. It was in £6.95 fashion. Aircraft crash book. And it's got 50p on it. Yeah, it's amazing. And I found one incident, and yeah, it was good news because none of them died. They bailed out and landed safely in Ireland. But then someone was telling me that actually the Luftwaffe was stuck there as well, and they found a story where they were trying to get this Spitfire. They were escaping out where they were in turn trying to get the Spitfire to run so they could get two of them in there and get out. But yeah, it's fascinating. It's amazing. It really is. Thank you very much for the coffee. Yeah, thank you. What's your name? Sorry.
Dean.
You're Dean. Yes, I have replied to you. Thanks.
Yeah, keep up the good work, mate.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments as well. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Do you know if the BBMF are coming out today?
I don't think so. I haven't seen any hangars.
No sign on these.
Nothing today. Don't know.
Is Nathan coming out, do you know? Is he doing his?
Hopefully. I don't want to say yes because I'm not sure. But if it stays like this around 2ish, we could do.
You alright?
Yeah, good. How are you doing? All right.
Can I for you, man? Allegedly. Check out. Jill D sends her regards.
How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Yes, sorry about that. Here we go. There's our we've got an arrival coming up now. Sounding good. So yeah, you may have heard me just earlier about, you know, why compressed air. You know, aircraft, you know, this car that I can see in the corner of my eye, boats, motorbikes,
They all need three things: air, fuel, something to ignite it. That makes your engine turn. In aircraft, that's thrust. So you've got that. The thing is, the more air you can get in there. Oh, that didn't sound good. Yeah, so the more air you can get in there, the better, right? Well, the best thing to do is to compress it. It's more combustible, better to mix with fuel. So more combustion, better economy, better thrust, more thrust. Beautiful. So 41 there. Let me just check if there's anything else down there. There you go, you got the Vic formation here. Look at this. Vic formation. And isn't that ironic how I've got a video of some formations dating back from World War I and II, the 4-finger and the Vic formation. Squadron markings there. Seek and destroy, their motto. Echo Bravo was their squadron markings in World War II on their Spitfires. Test and Evaluation Squadron here at Coningsby. There is a Test and Evaluation Squadron on most of the aircraft that I can think of off the top of my head. We've got number 17, the Test and Evaluation for the F-35B. There's a Test and Evaluation on the squadron for the A400 Atlas. I can't remember off the top of my head which one that is. Something like 20. No, I won't guess. I think he said 208 or something, 206. But yeah, there'll always be a test and evaluation. It gives a squadron a chance to test the latest and greatest software and equipment. Let me see if there's anything else out there. 206. It's a good guess, isn't it? That's at Bryce Norton for the Atlas. 24 being the OCU, 29 the OCU here. So 24 for the A400 and the C-17. We've got 42 Torpedo Bomber Squadron. They're the OCU for the Wedgetail, the E7 and the P8 Poseidon. Let's see. 18 Squadron, the OCU for the Chinook. Sorry, 28, my bad, 28. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to RAF Coningsby and the Ted Coningsby channel. So one of the things that I do get asked again, you know, how jet engines work and how the afterburners work, that kind of thing, or reheats. Reheat and afterburner, they're the same thing. Just different terminology in different air forces. yeah, that's one of the things I was going to just go into a bit more detail. So sorry about that, it was a little bit rushed, but there's our jet engine. Like I said, with the Typhoon's EJ200 engines, they have the 3-stage low pressure and the 5-stage high pressure. Now I've got with me the actual compressor blades. This is off a Buccaneer, this one. All right, so you can see the design of them on each one, but so you have to get those all the way around. So here I've got a stator blade. So these don't spin. These are actually stationary. They're stator blades. Again, look at the design, and it's to channel that air correctly. So you've got this. You've heard of suck, squeeze, bang, and blow. That is exactly what a car, shall we say, to, you know, with the mixture of air, fuel, and the ignition to ignite that mixture. And like I've always said, you know, when you suck in the amount of air, the more air you can get in, the better. But you've only got so much room. So the best way to do it is to compress it. Compressed air, like I said, is a lot more combustible. So when it enters the first part, you've got these low pressure blades like this. Look at these. Amazing, isn't it? So these go all the way around and spin. On the Typhoon, the twin spool, free low pressure, it'll guide it through. Look how beautiful they've been designed to get that air channeled beautifully, and then guide it with the stator blades that go all the way around. But these don't spin, they're stationary. Very, very nice. And compressed air gets smaller and smaller, it's squished, and that's because you can get more air when you squeeze it, and it's a lot more combustible. The bypass ratio, 0.4 on the Typhoon, 26 times the air is squeezed, is compressed. 26 on the EJ200 engines on the Typhoon. The compressed air goes into the combustion chamber, the fuel's injected through these little nozzles in that beautiful mixed air. So that 1 centimetre cubed of air was 26, if that makes sense. You've compressed it 26 times, and that bang, that ignition helps turn these turbines, which actually turn the compressors round. So the high pressure turbine powers and turns the high pressure compressor, and the low pressure turbine powers the low pressure compressor. That's how it's working. It's going round and round. Now that's a standard jet engine, a turbo jet engine, for example. On an F-16, this is burning around about 3,000 litres per hour. What about reheat? What about afterburner? Think of the words, 2 words in there. You're reheating something, you're burning something after. You've got these fuel blades here that inject fuel out here. But these are hot gases. This is not compressed air, which is why it's not very economical, but it does give you more power as you're doing it here. And it's insulated as well. It's got special insulation inside there, and you're now increasing the Typhoon to, say, 30% power, bringing it up from 15,000 pounds of thrust to 20,000 pounds of thrust, and that's a lot, which is why it's not economical, but it gives you so much power because you're not using the compressed air. The compressed air is here. These are hot gases in there. So if you spray fuel into that and ignite it, you are gonna get some serious power. So someone's asked the materials. So in the Typhoon, you've got special super alloys, nickel-based alloys. You've got titanium. These are the compressor blades. These are the ones that spin round. And this is off a Tornado. It's a stator blade. I don't know whether it's a HP or a LP, low pressure, high pressure, but these are stationary. So as this is spinning, this is behind, and it's channeling that air to get squeezed, squeezed, and squeezed. Pretty cool though. Very clever.
Hey Nicholas, I got a question here now.
You all right there, mate?
Yeah, I'm alright. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF Regiment. Yeah, so, what, you know, you got a wing and that, wings there now, chicken wings there now. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF Regiment here now. So, why do chuckins have wings then, if they don't fly? You said about flying and wings, but why don't they fly?
Well, Reggie, I might have to go and get Ground Crew Drew for that.
Alright now, let me go and have a look. Oi, Ground Crew Drew, where are you?
He's just here, mate, one sec. Okay. Oh, Ground Crew Drew's just done a bit of a drawing. He's about to explain. Hang on. Reggie, wait a minute. Let me get this right. You're asking Ground Crew Drew why... You're asking about chickens. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? How you going? What's up, mate? You all right? My name's Ground Crew Drew, part of the Ground Crew. I've always wanted to fix planes. I've loved it ever since I saw that Phantom. Oh, my friends thought I was balmy. You know, they thought, well, why don't you want to be a pilot? Well, I said, if it breaks, who's going to mend it? If you bend it, who's going to fix it? If you break it, you know, well, so, right, what's going on then? What's that? You all right? Well, yeah, chuckins are confusing me. You know, they don't fly. You know, then they got wings and that. You know. So, what's that then? Well, let me have a little. I'll tell you what. Let me draw something. I think I know your answer. Oh, right. This sounds good there, no? Right. Let me just draw something. Oh, that's looking pretty good, no? You see, chuckins, they don't have wings. They're foreplanes, just like the Typhoon. Oh, look at this. So, all right. Oh, so what do foreplanes do there now on the Typhoon there now? Well, you see, foreplanes, right? They can be used. Well, they're very agile. They control the pitch. They can also be used as speed brakes. So, because chickens don't actually fly, they don't have wings really. They're foreplanes. Look at them. They're chopper planes, right? And it's to help them pitch up and down. So they can go for a little bit of a jump, a little bit of a leap. But when they need to slow down, they use the foreplanes, just like the Typhoon. Typhoon uses these for pitching up and down, controlling the angle of attack. You can also use it to slow down. What about the landing gear? Have you got that on there? Yeah, I've drawn the landing gear. Look at that. See that? Beautiful. And you can also use it for a bit of drag, so it can like slow the aircraft down. Aerodynamics, chucking dynamics. What do you reckon? Oh, you've explained that well. So chuckins don't have wings, they got foreplanes. That's brilliant. Thank you very much there now. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, you know what? I'm hungry there now. Well, I'm glad you like it, mate. Glad you like it. There we go. That's right. Thank you very much. Oh, can I keep this? Yeah, you can frame it, mate. Oh, I might put it in my old... I might take it to my local KFC. Oh, look at all those fumes. And there's the foreplanes there. As you can see, the Typhoon's foreplanes work simultaneously as well. Leonardo DiCaprio, how you doing? How's Miami? Hope you're good, mate. Triple Nick, how you doing? Hope you're good. And thanks to Chris Bloxham for inspiring me on that one. Who was an ex-regiment and who was also left confused why, you know, I mean, it's a very good point, you know, so they Chris sent me a little message and worked it out. So thanks to Chris Bloxham for inspiring that drawing there now. Going all right? You all good? Okay, cool. Yeah, you just pop them, I'll put them on the show. Looks like we've got a guest spare coming. Who did this? This is 41 Squadron Lady Shenton Teddy Bears with lots of history. They too date back all the way before the Royal Air Force, back to the Royal Flying Corps. But during the Second World War, the squadron was flying the Supermarine Spitfires with their wonderful markings Echo Bravo. Who we got here, buddy? Sorry? Ripley? And where's he from? Is he from Ripley or? He's nearly from Lady Shenton Teddy Bears. We've got a massive bear here. Ripley, I'm struggling to fit him on here. Ripley, you right, mate? How's it going? You alright? You're all good, yeah? Look like you're having a good time. Goodness me, you're an absolute giant. I mean, normally I hold the bears about arm's length and they'll be tiny, but that's brilliant. Oh, nice one. Thanks for bringing him on the show. Thanks a lot, Ripley. You take care, mate. That's a nice one there. Oh, good. Oh, nice one. You're good. Sorry, I don't know just yet. So hopefully, fingers crossed.
So that was just on 12:30. I'll get ready to look at it. Yeah?
Okay, mate. Yeah, no problem.
Thanks very much.
No worries at all. So yeah, we got the 41 squadrons markings there, seek and destroy, and you know, they too, just like 29 squadron as well, had such a rich history. And they've been here flying various aircraft, such as the Harrier and the Tornado, with various variants as well. Oi, oi. And 41 Squadron were part of the original Royal Flying Corps, formed at Fort Rowney in Gosport in mid-April 1916. Now its nucleus formed from 28 Squadron Royal Flying Corps, and it was on the 22nd of May 1916 the squadron disbanded when it was renumbered to 27 reserves. So they had a bit of a name change. And there is a real, there's an interesting story with Coltishall as well, which I'll explain as I just run through, because they did have a 141 squadron which was from 41, but I'll talk to you about that as I just run through. Now, on the 14th of July 1916, from the nucleus of 27 Reserve Squadron, they were equipped with aircraft such as the Vickers FB5, the Gunbus, and the Airco DH2 Scout. They replaced these with the factory FE8. These are all biplanes for those that don't know what they are, but they took part in the First World War. On the 24th of Jan 1917, the squadron claimed its first victories. These fell to Sergeant Pilot Cecil Toombs, who himself was killed in action only 4 hours later. While equipped with the FE8s, the squadron participated in the Battle of Arras between April to May 1917 and the Battle of Messines in June 1917. By this time, the unit became the last pusher fighter squadron with the Royal Flying Corps. And in July 1917, 41 were re-equipped with the DH5 fighters and then SE5A, so various types. They did provide distinguished service in the Battle of Cambrai in November 1917, and subsequently in the German Spring Offensive in March 1918, and the Battle of Amiens in August 1918. Now, as we skip to 1918, in August, don't forget that the Royal Air Force formed and became independent from April the 1st, 1918. So during the war, there was some 17 aces served with 41 Squadron, such as Malcolm MacLeod, Alfred Hemming, Russell Winnicott, Loudon McLean, and future Air Vice Marshal Meredith Thomas, William Gordon Claxton, William Gillespie, the list goes on. They became, the unit had a remarkable number of Canadian aces in it as well, 10 of the 17. They were awarded, the pilots and ground crews were also awarded various awards such as the DSOs, 6 MCs, 9 DFCs as well, and 2 MMs and 4 mentions in dispatches for their World War I service. The pilots were credited with destroying 101 aircraft and 14 balloons, sending down 112 aircraft out of control. So they
played a major part in the First World War. Between the wars, they reformed the RAF Norfolk on the 1st of April 1923. They were flying aircraft such as the Snipe, the Sopwith Snipe, the Armstrong Whitworth Siskin biplanes, and they spent quite, you know, in between the interwar period with various aircraft. And when in April 1937 the 41 Squadron's badge and motto "Seek and Destroy" were unveiled for the first time and presented to the squadron by the AOC in Air Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding, this was presented and the badge takes the form of a red double-armed cross that we can see just about there. They're the arms of the French town Saint Omer, the location of where the squadron's first operational overseas posting in October 1916. So this is the significance why they have the Saint Omer cross on there. December 30th 1938, 41 was issued with the Supermarine Spitfire. The Spitfire only came into service in August, so it was pretty new. The squadron had received a full complement of 20 Mark I Spitfires. 21 Spitfires at that time would cost in the region of just short of £130,000 of that money. 200 pilots served with 41 Squadron between the 1st of April 23 to the 2nd of April 1939. Now, during the Second World War, 41 Squadron spent first several months on routine patrols in England. They spent time at RAF Hornchurch, participated in the evacuation of Dunkirk as well, and also the squadron headed south in the 26th of July 1940 to participate in the first phase of the Battle of Britain. In a 2-week tour, the squadron claimed 10 aircraft destroyed, 4 probables and 3 damaged, for the loss of 1 pilot killed and a 2nd wounded. They did spend time up north as well. They went to Catterick for a few weeks rest, but returned to Hornchurch on the 3rd of September 1940, where they remained until the end of February 1941. Now, they were now in the thick of the Battle of Britain. The price for them was substantial, but so was the damage they inflicted on the Luftwaffe. On the 5th of September, the squadron experienced one of its saddest and darkest days. The commanding officer, OC B-Flight, was killed in action, and 3 other pilots were shot down and 2 were wounded in action. One of these was hospitalised for 6 months. 31st of August 1940, the Battle of Britain was pretty much officially over. 49 pilots flew with the squadron between 10th of July and the 31st of October 1940. Of these, there were 42 were British, 2 Canadian, 2 Irish and 2 New Zealanders. 10 were killed and 12 wounded in action. That's a 44% casualty rate. The squadron did claim over 100 victories in their Echo Bravo squadron marked Spitfires. As we skip forward through the years, in February 1943, the unit became the first of only 2 squadrons to receive the new Griffin engine Spitfire Mark 12. In late June 43, there was a large-scale bomber escort to the targets in France, Belgium and the Netherlands. They became a daily event, and ramrod escorts to help assist in formations of 50 to 150 B-17s and B-26 marauders became routine. So they took part in escorting bombers. 41 Squadron provided air support as well in the lead up to and throughout D-Day landings. On D-Day itself, 3 pilots were hit by flak over Bridgehead and 1 was killed. 19th of June, however, the squadron was pulled off air support for Bridgehead in France and was deployed solely in destruction of Germany's newest weapon, the V1 flying bomb. I do have one of these. Now, the squadron moved to the continent in early December 1944, making its base at Diest in Belgium. Ground targets were the squadron's chief prey as member of the 125 wing, and the unit attacked anything moving on the road, rail or canal in Germany. Now, with this type of ground attack, they would use the Spitfires that had the clipped wings. Now, clipped wing Spitfires had pros and cons. Excellent turn rate, beautiful for low level, but don't have much lift, hence the clipped wings. The more wing you've got, the bigger the lift, but that was the speciality for them. So it wasn't unusual to see their Spitfire Mark 12 Griffin powered for that particular purpose as well. April 1945, the squadron moved forward with the advancing front and made its first base in Germany, just southwest of the town of Siel, 140 miles due to the west of Berlin and only a short distance southeast of the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. Now, during April and early May 1945, German resistance crumbled. 41 Squadron claimed 33 enemy destroyed, 2 probables and 3 damaged in the air and 21 damaged on the ground in the 23 days preceding the 3rd of May 1945, the date of the squadron's final claim. Their own casualties for the same period were no pilots killed or wounded in action and no aircraft lost to enemy action. They have an excellent reputation, seek and destroy their motto, and I don't blame them for having that. The squadron had 2 mascots during the war, Wimpy, a bull terrier with the tip of one ear missing at Catterick in 1939-40, and also Perkin, a large French poodle in 1943-44. In the 50s, 41 Squadron became a day fighter unit. They were flying the Gloucester Meteor F4, also flying the Hawker Hunter. On the 14th of July 1957, the squadron was presented with the standard displaying the unit's battle honours by the CAS Air Marshal Sir Theodore McAvoy, KCB CBE, who had served 3 years with 41 Squadron as a young officer following his graduation at RAF College, Cranwell. Now, they did disband during late 50s in 1958. And this squadron developed back at Coltishore. And it was on the 16th of January 1958, just a day before disbanding, 141 Squadron, based at Coltishore near Norwich in Norfolk. They were the ones that dropped the 1 at the beginning of its number and thus was giving a rebirth to 41 Squadron in doing so. So they automatically absorbed their Gloucester Javelin aircraft. I do find that fascinating that they did that. 41 Squadron standard, originally presented only 6 months previously, was handed over to 141 Squadron on the 16th of Jan 1958. They moved to Wattisham as well, near Ipswich, and on the 5th of July 1958, where the Gloucester Javelin FAW4s were replaced by the FAW8s in January 1960. 56 Squadron also joined them at this station, whilst they were hosting the French Dassault Super Mystère fighters during the President Charles de Gaulle state visit in April 1960. Now, 41 Squadron remained at Wattisham for approximately a 5.5-year period before they disbanded again on the 31st of September 63. A couple of years later, in 65, after 20 months break, 41 reformed at RAF West Rainham near Fakenham, Norwich, but this time it's a completely different structure. The unit actually were literally a ground squadron as a missile defence squadron armed with the Bloodhound Mark II, which was a surface-to-air missile. There was changes to the programme and saw 41 Squadron disband yet again 5 years later on the 18th of September 1970. So that's quite a major difference as well. Also, if you ever see, they're quite rare, I've been trying to locate them, any strategic missile squadrons, they're really rare. And those were for the Thor missile sites as well. On the 1st of April 1972 at RAF Coningsby, the squadron was reborn as a tactical fighter reconnaissance. And they were operating the Phantoms F4 FGR2s. In preparation for a change, the 41 designate squadron was formed at Coltishore and on the 1st of July 1976 commenced training as a reconnaissance unit with the Jaguar GR1. The two squadrons operated independently of one another until the 31st of March 77, when 41 Squadron was disbanded at Coningsby. This allowed the Coltishall-based 41 Designate Squadron to drop the designate from their name, and they took possession of the standard to adopt the squadron badge and become the new combat-ready 41 Squadron at RAF Coltishall a day later. Very interesting with that 141 as a designate and the original 41. That always quite a fascinating story. Of course, and we're back operating Tornado GR4s and Harriers here at Coningsby, 41 Squadron. And 1st of April 2010, the Fast Jet Test Squadron, then based at Boscombe Down in Wiltshire, was amalgamated into number 41 Reserve Squadron to create a new entity, 41 Squadron TES, as Test and Evaluation Squadron. So just a little run through of the history. Very, very fascinating history. There's lots to learn, lots to go through. We could get quite a busy second wave later. I hope we're all good. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all enjoying the show. Just going to get our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. He's coming out now. Love it, Ted. Love it, Ted. And Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker Guards March. Thank you very much. Babsart, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March, thank you very much. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you very much. Guards March, nice one. Thank you. Russell Moore as well, 8 months membership. Thank you for the streams to keep us in the green. You're most welcome. Stay in the green. Margot, thank you very much. Guards March, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you very much. Burrator, thank you very much. Member for 14 months. Still here, still working and lurking. Let's ride to 100k. Thank you very much. We're getting closer. We're getting closer.
Sean Turner, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby. Sorry, thank you for joining us. Sorry, that's Sean Turner, who's high five, who's just joined the Ted Coningsby Squadron, our latest member. Thank you very much. Alan Clark, member for 9 months, Guards March. We Stevie Boy, high five. Guards March to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. I'll get that right. Chris White, how you doing, man? How's out the Channel Islands? Oi TCS, 9 months and 0 days. Nice one, thanks, man. Thank you for your super chat. That's Chris White, watching from, I think it was Jersey, right? Taking care of all the things out there, the gas lines, I think. Mark the Grease Monkey. Hello from the Silver Land Rover. We have a Silver Land Rover behind us. We do. Oh, he's off. And we had a good explanation about chicken wings for some reason on the channel. I mean, it is aviation related, you know, I get that. That was hilarious, that was absolutely incredible. Right, let's How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Just pop that over there. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Let's just move that a little bit over here. We're all good. There we go. And yeah, my name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman and commentator. How are we all doing? How we're feeling? It's well, we've now got blue skies now. It was a little bit grim earlier, wasn't it? But there we go. That's our weather for us. 1 minute it's this, next minute it's that. But welcome to RAF Coningsby, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to Lincolnshire, and England's second largest county. But we always dub it as Bomber County, and during the war, during the Second World War, that's where it got its nickname from. And there is a reason behind that for those that don't know why it's nicknamed Bomber County, because before the Second World War, it was something else. From 1969, it did actually change. It was no longer Bomber County, but it's always dubbed that. And the reason was there was as many as 46 military airfields just in Lincolnshire. That's England's second largest county. And there was an average of 7 miles apart between
airfield to airfield. So that's quite, you know, so when you'll know you're only 7 miles away. I mean, you got Waddington. I know it's a bit further, but you've got East Kirkby, Spilsby, Woodhall Spa, Donholm Lodge, Metheringham. You know, base to base, 7 miles apart. That's not a lot, really, is it? And it was also, before that though, it was also home to several airfields to defend the county against those Zeppelin raids and during the First World War. So it was kind of dubbed as a defender, just like Marham as the defender of Norfolk with its airfield. There were 300 military airfields stood at the end of the First World War, and by 1924 there was just 27. Many of the airfields were recalled for expansion, and by 1935 the military airfields began to rise again because the threat of another war was sadly a reality. And in 1936 Bomber Command formed, and also along with them is Fighter Command and Coastal Command as well. Now, grass runways were easy to establish. All they had to do was build hangars. They built control towers and some facility buildings as well. There were some hard stands. Concrete wasn't completely obsolete from having the aircraft to taxi around, or just some hard stands, but predominantly it was a grass runway. Easy to do, easy to maintain. The only thing they needed to worry about was the drainage. It had to be a certain altitude above sea level. That kind of, there was a bit of criteria, and also, you know, perfect Lincolnshire, flat, beautiful, a bit like Cambridgeshire's a little bit flat as well around there, around the fens, nice and flat. And as you start to go into Norfolk, you know, there couldn't be any obstacles. But there was a benefit. If you were a Spitfire and you were getting attacked, well, there's going to be some stretch of land that you can use as a runway. This was the benefit when coming under attack. If you had just grass runways, is the fact that, okay, you've got a designated grass runway, but if it got attacked, there's going to be another strip of grass that you could use. And this was the thing with light bombers and Spitfires, Hurricanes, and fighter aircraft as such, P-51s, etc. They could use a grass runway if they had to. Like I said, but the need for hardened runways was going to be imminent for aircraft that were heavier, like heavy bombers such as the Lancaster, and of course B-17s as well. So that was imminent, that was going to happen. As technology improves, you're going to get bigger aircraft, you're going to get heavier aircraft, you're going to get smarter technology. And you know, the grass runways were put into effect from December 1940. The Air Ministry said for designated bomber stations, with the introduction of the Stirling, the Halifax, and eventually the Lancaster, the idea was to have a hardened runway, but they had one main runway and then two subsidiaries. This was called a Class A runway in that triangular letter A configuration, and it was introduced as a requirement for airfields being built after December 1940. Plans here though to build Coningsby happened in 1937, and it was finally built on the 4th of November 1940, and it was ready to operate with its grass runway and operated as a 5-group Bomber Command station. The first residents to arrive and operate from Coningsby was on the 23rd of February 1941, and that was 106 Squadron, and they brought with them their Handley Page Hamdens, who were operating them at the time. And for those who don't know, I'll quickly show you. This was our first bomber here, that is the Handley Page Hamden bomber. Look at this, the flying suitcase as it was known, nicknamed and dubbed because of the 3-foot fuselage. And this had Olympus Pegasus engines, about 1,050 horsepower on those two engines, crew of 4. Yeah, it could carry 4,000 pound of bomb load, about 232 miles per hour max speed, service ceiling in the region of about 18,000 or thereabouts. You know, it was a light bomber. It could carry an 18-inch torpedo with that as well, but the only problem is the pilot, if they got injured or worse, the folding seat made it really difficult to get the pilot out and for someone to take over. But this was operating first. The markings we would have had on this would have been Zulu November for 106 Squadron. Our Handley Page Hamden, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Look at this, the flying tadpole, the flying suitcase as it was nicknamed. But that was our first bomber. I'll just put that there. That was here. And so 106 Squadron were operating there with that. Now their first mission happened on the 1st and into the night of the 2nd of March 1941, and it was 5 Hamdens that took part in a raid over Hamburg. The following night, on completing their first raid, on this first raid, they had no losses with that, and then the following night they completed another mission. They took for the skies again onto the 3rd and to the 4th of March, but sadly X3002 failed to return. The first loss of RAF Coningsby and the loss of all 4 men involved in that. So that was Coningsby's first ever loss, happened on that 3rd to the 4th of March 1941. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron. Their markings were Oscar Foxtrot, and they were equipped with the Avro Manchester. Now, I've spoken about the Manchester several times. I'll see if I've got a picture of it. Very hard to get hold of. Let me see if I've got a photo of it for you. Very hard to get hold of as a model. This is what it looks like. If I just turn that round, and I'll explain about the. I'll explain about that. There's our Avro Manchester. I'm going to show you the first Manchester that was built. Just really quickly. Almost the Lancaster. Almost. Look at this. The Mark I Lancaster had a 3rd tail, all right, a central fin. It had the H tail, a bit smaller than the Lancaster. It was almost the Lancaster, and I'll explain why. Avro and Roy Chadwick got this beautifully done. It was almost the perfect aircraft. The only thing that let it down and literally killed its crew and aircraft was the 2 engines. Believe it or not, Rolls-Royce were the engines on there, and it was the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, and it was a twin engine bomber. Okay, we didn't have the 4 engines just yet. The race for that was coming, and I've mentioned it before. It was so Roy Chadwick developed a beautiful aircraft. The Mark 1A got rid of the 3rd tail, and they increased the H tail either side. They increased the tail width by 3 meters, I think it was, in total, and it didn't see the end of the war, but it did develop into something beautiful, and I'll explain in a moment. So 106 joined by 97 Squadron, and however, as I'm going to tell you, the Avro Manchester was very unreliable, and the aircraft was grounded several times, and 106 Squadron were usually on their own. That's the problem. So 97 Squadron got a mission, but when the aircraft were grounded, they couldn't perform, so 106 Squadron were on their own. Now, during the first few months, 106 Squadron had the highest losses of any Hamden squadron in the Royal Air Force, before themselves converting to the Manchester. So it was already bad enough that they were having the highest loss rate, but they were going to be converting to an aircraft, a bomber, that was completely unreliable. With regular groundings of the Manchester, both squadrons actually took to the skies in Hamdens. On the April the 10th to 11th, 1941, 106 Squadron was sent on a small-scale raid on Dusseldorf, and 2 more Hamdens were lost by night fighters. The 8 men lay side by side today in a Dutch cemetery where they were lost. In July and August of 1941, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft, and in August 1941, Hamden AE 193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid in Duisburg when disaster struck, as both Olympus Pegasus engines failed whilst 40 miles out over the North Sea, near the island of Texel, Netherlands. Arjen can probably tell us whereabouts that is. Leon managed to land the Hamden in the water, in the sea, and all 4 crew managed to escape and scramble out, get the dinghy out, before the aircraft the Hamden just suddenly sunk, and they were saved by their dinghy. However, here's the next problem. It was the survival. Rescue never came, and then they had to endure the rough seas and heavy pounding rain, that sharpness and unforgiving cold weather for the next 2 days. However, the opposite happened for the next following days. 4 days out at sea, from getting wet, soaked and cold and frozen to getting blazing sun out in the sea. They were dehydrating, and they were starting to get very, very ill. Eventually, from being dizzy and dehydrated, they tried desperately to use their parachute harnesses as a paddle, and they also made a makeshift like sail using their flying jackets. Aircraft flew above them, never seen them. There were ships passing by and boats, didn't see them. From almost losing all will to live, they actually got washed ashore. They were still alive. They were living on raw shellfish with no fresh water to survive. But the next day, on day 5, they were rescued from fishermen who were then interned and were turned to the German officials. They did receive medical treatment. 97 Squadron were having a better time, actually, with their Manchesters. On the 8th to the 9th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took to the skies in their new aircraft on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on a raid on Kiel. But the Manchester was to have a series of accidents, even one here. I'm going to locate whereabouts the accident happened. It was a Manchester crashed on takeoff here at Coningsby. Many were lost in raids. Many were lost at homebound after doing their completing their raids and giving radio signals to report engine trouble with the second not quite right. Now, I mentioned very briefly there that the Manchester was let down by its its Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now, on paper, they sound good. 2 engines rated at 1760 horsepower. The problem is, those engines weren't suitable because they were overheating. The ball bearings would actually overheat and cause fires on their engines. That's not what you need, especially when you've got the perils of combat. You've got engines, your ball bearings in the engines are spinning, heating up and catching fire. Pilots reporting on, after completing their mission successfully, it was a good bomber, don't get me wrong, the engine just let it down. You know, it was one of those 50-50. Are you going to get shot down by flak or engage in a night fighter, or have your engines on fire? And that was the thing. Also, the propellers were starting to feather on them as well. We showed you the compressor blades. You have one slight wobble or not the norm movement, let's say, because they actually, some of them are actually, they're supposed to move a little bit, but a little bit of play. But the feathering is another issue, and again, start to cause all sorts of problems in the engine and cause it to fail. So that was the problem. Let me tell you a little bit, let me go off a little bit of tangent what happened to that Manchester. It was grounded several times. BT-308 was a prototype, and it was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III. Let me tell you a little bit about 308. Roy Chadwick and his crew didn't give up on the Manchester. But what they did, they added from 90 foot, they extended it to 102 feet. Okay. They added 6 foot either side, and they added 4 new engines. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, the engine we all love, the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 engine. So we added 4 new engines, increased the width. On the second prototype, off the top, I can't remember the name now, DG595. It was a second prototype Avro Manchester, not the Lancaster just yet. It had that third central fin. Of course, that was done away with on that one. And oh no, hang on a minute. Yes, it did. Hang on, I've lost my prototypes. Anyway, the next, the finishing product was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III, but they changed it and got rid of the name and called it the Avro Lancaster. So that's that was one that I was learning about. There was a second prototype. So Christmas Eve 1941, that direction, RAF Waddington with 44 Squadron received the Avro Lancaster in operation and flew on its first missions the following months. Just quickly, that is why there's a bit of a relationship between the Lancaster and Waddington, because that's where it first went. On the 20th of October 1941, Hamden of 106 Squadron AD 768 set off from Coningsby at 1800 local. Cloud was fair, it was misty. They were going on a raid near Frankfurt. Sorry if I pronounce this wrong. It was the Karlsruhe. I hope I got that right. It's near Frankfurt anyway, just south of Frankfurt. Hamden's took off. And here's the thing. It was led by Sergeant Newby. And they were 5 minutes away from their target with other Hamdens here, and there was a last-minute call to say cancel, recall, get out because of the weather wasn't quite right. He pressed on. A lot of RAF bombers, bomber pilots, and those at leading flights had that press on. Had that press on about them. They wanted to get it done, and he was just 5 miles out, and he didn't go back. He bombed the target, and he reported explosions happened, and he hit his target. On the way back, they had a bit of trouble. Over France, they were met with flak, and they were met with 3 ME 110s, and he made evasive maneuvers, and they suddenly lost and got disorientated where they were. After all the aerial combat with the ME 10s, 110s, they didn't know where they were for a minute, but worse, disaster struck. The engine caught fire, and an engine 2 cut out as well. They had no engines, but what they did know, they were what they thought were they were over land. And this is a new thing that I found out. I totally forgot about Ireland being neutral. They actually bailed out all 4 of them. I think it was 3 Royal Air Force and 1 Royal Canadian Air Force crew in that Hampden. They landed at Donegal in Ireland, which was neutral. They tried to hide, they tried to escape. They did get caught and they were interned, and they spent the rest of the war in Ireland, interned in custody in Ireland. And what I then found out, they were met with other Royal Air Force and Luftwaffe pilots, and they all tried to help each other to get out. Not necessarily Herbert, even though they did try to go and escape. And it was really interesting to learn that, by the way. I thought that was quite fascinating. It didn't cross my mind about the status of neutral countries, such as Switzerland and Sweden as well. But that's what happened to Herbert and his. It was Sergeant Herbert Newby. That's what happened to him. And yeah, the Royal Canadian airmen. That actually made it to the news in Canada as well. Now, with all the issues of the Manchester that the Manchester was having, 106 Squadron eventually converted to the Manchester in early 1942, and by February 1942, Coningsby satellite station, RAF Woodhall Spa, was complete with hardened Class A configured runways, because not only did we have the Stirling out, not only did we have the Halifax out as a heavy bomber, we had our Lancaster out, which was done 1941 as well. So in preparation for that, and again, any airfield after December 1940, they were made with hardened runways if they were designated as a bomber station. So what I didn't know, and I learned, that Woodhall Spa was a satellite to Coningsby, and the crew here at Coningsby were using and getting trained on the Lancasters at Woodhall Spa. So it's kind of like Coningsby's extended station, which was at Woodhall Spa. It's amazing. So the Avro Lancaster would operate at Woodhall Spa with the crews here. But the thing is, don't forget, we got to train our airmen. So they formed flights to train the airmen. They formed what's called a heavy conversion unit. So they went from 2-engine bomber to a 4-engine bomber, and 97 Squadron formed a heavy conversion flight at Coningsby, and a second heavy conversion unit formed at 106 from 106 Squadron to train them on the Lancasters. That made total sense. Again, something I learned over the weekend. Eventually 97 Squadron moved to Woodhall Spa, and during bad weather, aircraft were usually using RAF Woodhall Spa, because Coningsby's grass runway, it would get boggy and soggy. You couldn't operate bombers from there. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start in the Manchesters, with missions being aborted, but they did get their first sortie in their aircraft on the 20th of March 1942. It was Warrant Officer Merrills who successfully planted their mines off keel. In 1942, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander. He was aged just 23. His name was Wing Commander Guy Gibson. He took command of the squadron. Bit of mixed feelings with what I've read, you know, being so young. I think he was the youngest CO of Bomber Command. And so there would have been a lot of like, who's this? What's he? A glory hunter. He was named all these kind of things, but he proved himself, and he increased morale with 106 Squadron. And he got himself back into flying, because commanding officer, he got himself into flying. He wasn't going to be, he hated pencil pushing jobs. He hated desk jobs, from what I've read, and he got himself back into flying ops in mine laying in the Baltics on the 22nd of April 1942. 3 more sorties in the Manchester during the following 3 weeks. Now, Gibson was a great commander and a pilot for the squadron, that he was highly recognised for his 18 night sorties. 6 of those were consecutive. That's quite impressive. The squadron was improved and performance was noted by analysts of Bomber Command and of course the Air Ministry, which probably gave him that sort of little tick to say, this could be our guy for Squadron X. For those that know, that's Squadron 617, Dan Buster Squadron. He would be chosen for that, and I think it's something to do with that, having good rates here. 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in the 1000 bomber raid over Cologne, which were 3 night bombing raids over German cities, and it was something of a we shall not be bullied, which was set up by Air Marshal Harris, Arthur Harris, who was nicknamed Bomber Harris. He wasn't going to stand for it. He wasn't going to be bullied. The only problem is the Royal Air Force didn't have 1,000 bombers. It was called the 1000 bomber raid. Oi, oi! So he asked Coastal Command. They said nope. So he had another option was to sort of recall a lot of older bombers, and also he got operational conversion units involved. And the problem is, operational conversion units, they had 10% rate of airmen killed in training. But he set upon to say that, hey, listen, if you're only a few weeks out, you've got your wings already. He wanted that raid done. And to be honest, 1,047 took part in the raid, and I believe it was just a low 40s that were lost. That's actually quite a good rate, to be honest. Eventually, in mid-1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Silverstone, while Coningsby closed to have its runways upgraded. Because they were going to operate their Lancasters from here, the problem is they had to close it, but luckily that's why they had a satellite station at Woodhall Spa, which made total sense. So while this closed, you could still have your squadrons. 97 Squadron, of course, moved in March to Woodhall Spa. 106 moved to Silverstone, but then moved to RAF Metheringham, where you have to visit the Metheringham's Airfield Heritage Centre and have a look at a lot of artefacts there and history of Zulu November. Oh yes, 106 Squadron and their Lancasters and their raids from there, not far from here at all. So yeah, before moving to Silverstone, they took one final mission with a raid over Bremen. 3 more of their aircraft failed to return in their Manchesters. So the transformation to the new runways meant that flying ceased for nearly a year. In fact, it was September 1942 it officially closed and opened again in August 1943. The reason for having a Class A runway, there are a few factors. Aircraft take off into the wind. I get asked this a lot. Nikos, why are they using 05 quite a lot? Why are they using 07 quite a lot? Aircraft have been made to take off into the wind, all right? And also they don't like crosswind, especially our World War II aircraft. So you've now got 6 directions of travel. If your runways got attacked and got destroyed, you had another option to use. And that's the 2 of the main reasons for that. During the time, 5 Group Training School and also 5 Group G Equipment School, and even Bomber Command's Field Cookery School took residence. What I found out is that while Coningsby was having all this upgraded, they used the facilities that were here. 106 Squadron eventually moved to RAF Metheringham, as we mentioned, in 43. Now, in the spring of 1943, first to use the new runways were actually 1514 beam approach training flight with the Avro Anson and the Airspeed Oxford. The BAT, as it was called, or BABS, that's the beam approach beacon system, helps pilots to land in poor visibility using the beam approach system. It was very similar to ILS because it's sending a beam down the runway and it would break at certain intervals if you were out from the center line. So again, an assist to land, which is very similar to the ILS. On the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron arrived here with their Lancaster bombers. Now, someone asked me earlier as well, Dean, said about Petwood, and Petwood had the officers of 619 and 617 Squadron in that Petwood hotel. Now, we always associate Scampton with 617, but did you know it was actually Woodhall Spa that 617 did most of their missions from? So it's kind of one of those things that we always associate Scampton, yeah, with 617, but they actually did the most missions from Woodhall Spa. So 617s flew many raids from Coningsby, swapped with 619, who for themselves, when they came here, they actually went to Dunholm Lodge in January 1944. So there we go. 61 Squadron also made Coningsby its home with the Avro Lancaster, and both 61 and 619 Squadron took to the skies in many raids. However, they did lose many aircraft and men in raids over Berlin and also the Nuremberg raid. Nuremberg raid, if you don't know that raid, have a look at it. It was very disastrous, to say the least. Like many perils of going into combat. On the 6th of June 1944, when the moon was bright and full, of course we all know it as D-Day, 97 Squadron were back at Coningsby, and they took to the skies with 18 Lancasters led by Wing Commander Jimmy Carter. However, in his Zebra flight, Coningsby lost 4 Lancasters that day of 97 Squadron. It was the first RAF losses during D-Day in the Lancasters. They were shot down by a night fighter squadron led by fighter pilot Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher, and he was number 1 SKG-10. I've always said that, you know, while we're always ready to scramble, the thing is the German fighters also had their ready to scramble aircraft as well. Mosquito Squadron started to arrive in 1944 as well, another legendary aircraft, and they were operating out of Coningsby as well. Now, with Woodhall Spa being not so far away and 657 Squadron operating from Woodhall Spa with the Mosquitoes, there was a raid that was given to 5 Group Bomber Command, and Guy Gibson was chosen, Wing Commander Guy Gibson was chosen to carry out the mission. He didn't come here for the raid, or at least to pick his Mosquito. He actually went to Woodhall Spa and used KB 267 of 657 Squadron. What actually happened, we don't know. I don't know. I've read 2 different versions. I read he ran out of fuel. I read there was something wrong with the aircraft. I read that he was shot down. But whatever the reason, he was given a mission to carry out a raid, and he went ahead with it. The raid was successful, but on the way back in his Mosquito, what was seen was KB 267 crashing into flames at Steenbergen at around 22:30 after his raid. So Gibson flew 171 operational missions, shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time as a night fighter with 29. He was just 26 when he died. Coningsby were waiting for him, Woodhall Spa were waiting for him. What they didn't know is the worst. 97 and 83 Squadron also operated the Avro Lincoln that was here, which was the upgraded Lancaster, along with further Mosquito Squadrons making Coningsby their home in 1946, such as 109 Squadron and also 139. In 1950, a very different aircraft arrived here. It was the Boeing Washington aircraft, and the Boeing Washington was a B-29. The Royal Air Force had a different name for US Air Force aircraft, such as the A-20 Havoc, which was named the Bolton. The Boeing Fortress was the B-17. So the Boeing Washington was a B-29 in the Royal Air Force hands. 15 Squadron went on to fly the very first jet aircraft at Coningsby, and in 1953 Coningsby entered the jet era with the English Electric Canberra. Squadrons flying that were number 9, 12, 15 and 249 Squadrons. Now Coningsby still acted as or operated as a bomber command station. In the 60s we saw the legendary V-bombers. The Vulcan was here in 62 to 64 until it moved on to Cottesmore. I believe they were upgraded to quick start for quick reaction for those fortunate to see that. Wow, fair play for seeing that. Coningsby did change from Bomber County to Fighter Command, or at least Fighter Station World. You see, it was starting to come to the end of Bomber Command, And in 1969, a very, very new era happened, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Oh yes, a very new era happened for Coningsby. But before we go into that, there was one more thing. The RAF wanted to replace the Canberras before this happened with the new jet, which was the Phantom. RAF Coningsby was chosen to become a TSR-2 base, and it was chosen to operate the new TSR-2. It didn't go ahead. The next aircraft that they did choose was the F-111K Aardvark, which they did order but was cancelled. And then came the Phantom. Number 6 Squadron made Coningsby the very first change for Coningsby. They were the flying can openers, nicknamed for the amount of tanks that they destroyed during World War II with the Hurricanes. So now we've got Phantoms here. 6 Squadron were here. There was 228 was the operational conversion unit, 41, 29, 23 fighter, 56 fighter, and a lot of these squadrons went to Wattisham, RAF Wattisham at the time, to have the QRA role. We also had one at Lucas. We also had a QRA station at Leeming as well, Quick Reaction Force. Coningsby also saw Jaguars, Harriers with 41 Squadron, and eventually Tornadoes came in the 80s. The F3 arrived in 1984, and then finally 2003 at Wartime Aerodrome, our new aircraft was coming. 17 Squadron were training on the Eurofighter Typhoon, and eventually 19th of May 2005, number 17 Squadron brought the Typhoon to Coningsby. Ah, yeah, it did change role. I believe it was like an F2, and then they changed it to an FGR4, fighter ground attack reconnaissance, and then the other squadrons followed. So 29 Squadron became the operational conversion unit. We had 41 Squadron. We had 2 new fighter squadrons that arrived here, 3 fighter and 11 fighter. And here we are today, 1976. Just need to flip back a little bit. Forgot to mention the BBMF arrived here from their Norfolk home to Coningsby. That was from 1976. There we go. And I actually thought, on cue, a startup. That would have been amazing, wouldn't it? Is that a pilot? Just to the right. I saw the flight plans in the knees. Living the dream. What up, man? How you doing? Hope you're well. Hello. You right? Yeah. Good. Who we got? I do happen to have. All right, Cody. How you doing? You all right? You wanted to meet Reggie? Oh, all right. Now how you doing there now? Right. This is how it is, right? We got to do these patrol checks, right? You're going to help us out with the regiment, all right? All right, Cody. Right, your regiment, Cody, for today. I'll give you a few passes and that. But the first part of the training is chucking. All right, we're going to have some chucking. No protein, no. All right, and chuckins are 4 planes. They don't have wings, all right? Okay. Next minute is perimeter checks. We've got to have a look at this perimeter, make sure it's all good. And if you find a chuckin on the way, you're allowed 5 minutes to, you know, have some food. All right? Understood? Yes, sir. No worries. He got to meet Reggie. All right, might have a quick cup of tea after that. Give me one moment.
Because
bless your heart,
I
thank
watch
you.
you normally when I'm at home.
Oh, thank you.
So-
No, no, you should just put back. Thank you very much.
No, no problem with
Very-
that.
How are you, alright?
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, not good.
Fine.
I normally watch home and then get back to the guy.
Good, good, good. Look at the Ripley, have you on there?
No. It might just be me not having the right stuff in. Yeah. Oh yeah.
One blocking the view of the other, the
Yeah,
further
yeah.
one. Here's my signal. You hear it?
Run up on my old face.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Live here at RAF Coningsby. Oi oi to everyone
Alex Blackcat, Davey, G Van Pulley and Paul Mayers, Mikey, Andrew C, Mark Garwood, 555 Nick, how you doing man? Stephen Parkin, Mark Dudley, Edward Coates, got the bow selector, Davey, Aspen, oi oi, what up man? Christopher Neal, Margot, Alex Raven, Scorcher, lots of you on here, how we all doing? Get the Teds out. Oi oi, AD Causa, how you doing? Hope you're good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and welcome to Ted's home. And of course, when we're here, we always like to big up the number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets, 17 ATC. Massive shout out to Corey, tuning in, our future generation. They are our future. Big shout out to them.
how we're doing. Don't forget to hit the like button, and of course do join the Ted Coningsby channel. Come and join your one and only military aviation channel, streaming wonderful, wonderful military at its finest. Ted Coningsby channel has been doing things correctly from day one. We do contact the base to let them know that we're here, even though we're in the spotters car park. They know who we are, but always doing it right. Oh, here we go.
We don't just rack up and stack up, as I've always said.
What do you reckon, a PTO, Teddy? Yeah, that beautiful Typhoon.
Ladies, gents, steady bears, this year's Typhoon Display pilot, squadron leader Nathan Scheuer, who has obtained his public display authorization. He is now fully qualified and authorized to display at air shows and events. But having that, he must not go more than 10 days without any form of display, whether it be a practice or the real thing, to keep his EDA. He's also the last Tornado pilot to have been trained in the Royal Air Force. Very experienced Tornado pilot who takes control of this very different aircraft. The Tornado, really suited to low level, wasn't really suited to anything above 24,000 feet, although it did have that service ceiling to go above that. But it's where it excelled and where it really thrived on the Tornado was low level. Really thrived in ground attack, reconnaissance roles. That's where it thrived. Whereas this, with the assistance of the Delta Wing 4-plane fly-by-wire configuration with the unstable airframe aerodynamically. Control is all down to how much the pilot wants to give, how much G the pilot can take with its impressive G suit as well. Now Nath might go in, well most likely will go into a holding after the takeoff, sort of between Woodhall Spa and Horncastle, before being allowed to be cleared for the display. Hard decks vary. They the display's actually at 500 feet, although there is a hard deck for a high-speed flat pass at 100 feet, with a 300-foot hard deck for steep turns.
of noise. So he'll go into holding, and when cleared to do so, we'll get the clearance to run in for his display. See you next week, buddy. Okay, here he comes. Here we go, get ready to ride. up with him, man. My arms. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay, get ready. He ain't done yet. Now this is how you brake to land in your Grob Tutor. This is how you do it. Well, what a day it's been. I hope you've all enjoyed it. And I hope you all enjoyed that fantastic display from our squad leader, Ethan Scheuer there. Nice one, Nate. Well done. Smooth salmon landing there now. Nice one, Nate. Well done, man. Well done. Legend. That's our Royal Air Force. Okay, so we're not finished yet. We've still got more Typhoon action to come, I guess. Here we go. Hello. Probably
Right, I've just had a message from my lady.
Yeah.
I should be getting 5 new bears, 1 Santa bear, 5 of the MP bean bears,
Oh, okay.
and the ducks and the coat-a-batches.
Nice.
So they should all along.
I'm here on
It's nights next week, so we don't bother to come up with.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, okay, yeah.
But I was just thinking if you're off down to Lake and people.
Oh, then I might do a second day then. I might do a second day there then if they're on nights next week. Yeah. That's
I just wondered.
got plans. No, not actually. Let me just check. I can tell you now. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Right. Unless it's absolutely monsoon weather, I won't be there. Right? Yeah, Wednesday sounds good.
It's not looking too good, is it? But things can change.
Okay, sounds good. Wednesday and Friday then, probably for next week.
I'm looking for Friday. It's just to get in there. It's hard work getting.
Yeah, because they finish literally 11 o'clock. It's all fantastic.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It's getting medication sorted Hold on, we're going to do on the command next Thursday to go and see the copies.
Yeah. Right, okay, yeah.
And then we'll get down to APP.
Yeah, I'll do Wednesday and Friday next week then. Yeah. Like I said, unless it's horrendous weather,
Yes.
I'll cancel it.
No, there's no point.
No. I've had enough rain for a few years.
Yeah. Need to get you one of those big cycle capes that will over you on the camera.
Yeah, I
One
mean,
of the old-fashioned
so
cycle
the camera's fine, it's just getting the water right on the lens, you can't do anything about it, it's got wiper blades. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these bears.
So, yeah, we're good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, see you there. Well, let's welcome back Nave. So he just taxis back to the main ASP. A fantastic performance there. I mean, it's been a cracking day, hasn't it? Really, really good day, action-packed, as we like it. Lots of performance takeoffs as well. We've had 4 performance takeoffs. One from Nath, which was pretty much vertical. Power of those EJ200 engines on a lightweight aircraft, that's what it's all about. Beautiful thrust to I can't wait ratio. Do you like that one? Thrust to I can't wait ratio. Yep, I like that. I'm food I'm food It's back, alright. Hello. ladies, Shanty Teddy Bears. What a day we've had. We're just coming up to the end of the show, just another half an hour or so.
Here we go. More food time. Spoon time.
it. Here we go. Around in a Cessna or a Piper, just in the vicinity of something like that, blasting out unrestricted. Brakes to 8 seconds. I can rotate into 50, 60 degree and into a vertical climb. 22 seconds later, it will be supersonic. Here we in the cockpit there. Of what it's like to be, well, to share the power of the Typhoon. So for those that have come from RAF Valley and are converted to and training to be a Typhoon pilot, they will experience that in the back. Not bad, eh? Not bad. It looked like that. I just had the feeling that's what was going on. Awesome. That was incredible. Lovely performance takeoffs there. ZK379, our most frequent performance takeoff jet that we see here. And I just had this funny feeling it was going to do it again. What a day we've had, and don't forget, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to support the channel by subscribing. And do think about joining the Ted Coningsby channel. It really does help when you become a member. From just $1.99 a month, you can help support the community and support the channel. What I get in, I put out, you know, from equipment to keeping the van safe and roadworthy and legal, having it servicing regularly, with all the, you know, with all the adventures that I do in the van. And you know, it's a wonderful way to contribute to the community and the channel itself. So thank you so much for all our members for doing that. It's absolutely amazing and incredible. Do appreciate that. And we do give you lots of perks back as well for you to enjoy. I mean, you probably haven't seen the TED advert for the TED advert. It's coming back, don't worry. I've just got a few
I got to transfer a file over. All right, you don't need to worry about that, but the adverts are coming back soon for the TED channel to help join and to find out a little bit more about each level of membership, because like I said, it really does help, you know, put gas in the van, keep it serviced, keep it legal, all that kind of thing. Wear and tear, the equipment itself, I've got lots of equipment that's come in from the funding from our community. It really does help, and of course keep Claire Bear busy on the online store as well, with that buying our merchandise and supporting the channel. It is a really good way to advertise the Ted Coningsby channel. We are coming up to the end of our show because we've got to get everything ready for tomorrow, get a little bit of kit, because you know how early Lakenheath can start sometimes, and that's the thing. And it's just been a wonderful day, isn't it? I mean, end it on a high. It's been magic, really is. And for those that are supporters or those interested in becoming a member, don't forget, like I said, you do get perks back. We give you something back from just $1.99. You can have all the emojis that you can see. Use them. It's a great way to do that. We give you members only videos, members only live streams, posts, our own members only Discord server just for our community. Again, it's still looked after by our Spanner Flight as well, so they work tirelessly hard 24/7. You get discount on our online store. There's lots of real cool stuff and perks for you to enjoy as a member, and that's just from $1.99 a month. The level up that you go, you get more perks with that as well, and do enjoy it. And a big thank you. And while I touched in on the Spanner Flight crew, they are our moderators. They're volunteers who work tirelessly 24/7 to manage the streams and to manage and control the content on our Discord server. It ain't easy, so a big shout out to them, because I took upon something quite difficult, because you can, in a way, get into the depths of touchy subjects with military aviation. We get that. It does kind of go hand in hand with politics, because at the end of the day, depending on the government that we have, they control the Air Force, right? However, I thought I'd come across a crazy idea to involve a teddy bear, make it a family channel, and not talk about those types of subjects that are not family friendly with military. Can it work? Well, it's working so far, so I've tried it, and here we are. So yeah, thank you for all our Spanner Flight. So thank you very much for just having a bit of faith, and everyone else, because it is one unique military aviation channel. It really is, and giving you the history, the fun, the bears, and all that kind of stuff. So thank you. So living the dream. Thank you very much. Living the dream, there he is, Guards March at opposite end of Runway, and love Nathan's display, simply awesome, fantastic work, stream again, Nikos today. Yeah, thank you very much for the super chat. Josh Weaver, member for 17 months, has it been nearly a year and a half already? Thank you. And living the dream as well, Guards March, 23 months membership. Oi, loved every minute of the TCS. Let's ride. Okay, Ted, I think it's time, mate. Let's hit the button. Come on then. We'll call it a day. We've had a great time. It's been brilliant. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, RAF Coningsby, thank you very much. And, of course, the Typhoon Display Team, thank you. And, of course, all of our fans, thank you very much for tuning in. We're done for the day. No, we're not. Oh, okay. Hey, yes. Ted doesn't want to go, and I don't blame him, really. It's been one of those days. Do you know what? I might just pack up and just have 10 minutes at the fence and just get... And I'll tell you what, a lot of people ask me, why do you not wait? And it is a good question, why don't I wait? Because I'll tell you why. It's the same reasons why I'm going in at RIAT on Saturday, because I don't want to forget why I fell in love with this hobby, shall we say, in the first place, because it is a different world out there when you put the camera down and just sit back and look at the real world, right? It really is, and it just brings me back memories of how I started and how I fell in love with aviation. So that is why. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, for the last time for today, well, first of all, I've said it complete. I know, Ted, what are you doing? What are you shaking your head for? My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Let's go, Teddy. Hit the button. It's a kebab wrap. Let's go, mate. button.